afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary. Yeah, at your service. And finally getting back to working on Noir. It's only been like 2 weeks. Oops. Music kicked in really quickly there. But we're just slightly obsessed with the game. Just a tiny bit. Mecha Boy. Colonel.
Hello there.
There's such a delay from it ending one sound to playing the other one. How's it going, Mecha Boy? Alright. Noiru. We got the upper body done last time. Which looks really, really good. I think using the silver Gundam marker for the little bits on the collar and the neck were a good choice. Oh, your piece straight up dead? That is shit. So you have to like repair or replace. Just purge windows? Ah. Alright, let's get this open up. Of course, there's some little bits of color. I want to be on this, even though you won't really see this part. We can see the back of it. The dress, I think. Yeah, there's a waffle. You stop tripping on that door. Right, where are we? Where were we? Legs. Where we were. We have the torso. Time for leggies. Move it over there so we can get it on screen properly. Scrambled eggs. Ooh, haven't had that in a while. Naru. Noir. Appropriate time for PC dying. All the Wilhelm. Right, let me know if the music is balanced audio-wise. What's stopping my little box I keep next to me? Wait temporarily. There we go. Ow, knuckles. That runner, that runner, that runner. I'm gonna get that runner. Cool. Just a little bit loud? Cool. And that can be adjusted. Let me put it there. How about now? Or down a bit further. Hopefully that's a good volume there. His computer. Computer is such advanced piece of technology. But the more complicated something becomes, the more likely an issue can appear. Just statistics. Alright, and this is primarily the entirety of the bead runner, I think. Pretty much. Yeah, it's all Bree runner parts. Cool. And this is E runner. That's jacket. Put that part off the side, and then grab this. It's the only runner we need right now for those legs. And the question is the music too low now? That previous song was kind of loud. We figured it out as we go. Right, what do we need to start with here? Let's go. B12 and 14. These gates are so thin. We are building a tie. Number 1. Oh no, that first number 15. This part. A bit that looks like a polycat, but isn't a polycat because it's just plastic. So the G quirks. Gundam painted with only light gray and yellow highlights. Ooh. I've seen like people repaint it with Eva colors, and actually because it's being the same designer as the Evangelion Evas, it works really well in Eva colors as well. It's also amazing to see, like, also because the model gets available in Japan, is how quickly custom makers in Japan, that kit comes out and like a week later, people have already got really elaborate customs. It's amazing. They don't waste any time. It's cool to see. My fingers are not greasy. I heard a podcast that Japanese hobby shops are made with hobby in mind. I imagine Japanese hobby shops are like good old-fashioned traditional ones that are very hobby focused and like nothing else. Whereas like stores like that here are quite rare nowadays. Unless you know where to look, I guess. I remember when I was a kid, I used to go in and add like model trains. Don't know if it still exists. Some builders have grown up building kits. The shop has airbrushing booths for rental. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. Because like Gundam Build Fighters is a good example. Like, because Gundam Build Fighters, obviously Sayori and his family run a Gunpla shop. And the spray booth's available for people to use as well. So it's probably honestly based on reality. Whereas I feel like to have a store like that in a good location here would be like, because I know like if I travel into Glasgow, there are definitely going to be some shops, but like I don't know where they are anymore because I'm never outside the city center. Rarely. And I'm not exactly in the city center because that'd be extortionate to pay the rental for it. There's no way they'd make enough money for it. So you end up with places like Forbidden Planet or Tokyo Toys, which stock more than just model kits. In fact, the model kits are more like an afterthought. Especially for Forbidden Planet. There are Funkos everywhere. Oh yeah, if you could rent out the spray booths, that'd be kind of cool. You'd have to have a decent location, and that's something you have to build the culture around as well, I think. So there's definitely a cultural difference there, which I think that's part of why Gunpla is so massive in Japan. Or just think like model kit making in general. In like D&D, 40k, or generic model shop would work well so well. Yeah, like the Games Workshop, or they just call it Warhammer stores now. They have areas, or at least I think they still have areas. I've never been in one in a long time. Have areas that they encourage people to paint their stuff in store. At least they did when I was growing up. Make sure this is in properly. They don't like have spray booths and stuff. They just like sell the paints and spray cans. Right, there's one hip. We need a slight bit of filing. But I feel like just model making in general, like if you go back several decades, it was a much more common hobby. As time's gone on, it's become less common. Like a lost art almost. But at the same time, it's also kind of having a resurgence, so thanks to things like Gunpla and like 40k and the popularity of D&D. I'd love to run my own little model store. Maybe later in my life. Why is that bit so awkward? It's like part of it didn't trim very well. It's like not filing as good as it could do either. There's a tiny stress mark. Can't seem to get rid of. Luckily, being the actual hip itself, it will mostly be covered by the skirt, so it should be alright. Should be. Okay, so that's the hip. Apparently you need to have little bits of stickers, but I'm not going to use stickers. I'm going to use Gundam markers once I build them. I'll get the legs done first and then do it. Because like the little grey stickers are fine, but I'd rather use the Gundam markers the same as that on the collar. You know, thinking about the idea of like how having a model shop that also has like spray facilities available, I feel like the best way if you're actually doing that for real, like have your own store set up, is be at conventions, selling kits and then advertising the fact that we have that at your store. Because people at conventions, they buy tons of stuff. Like, you know, they'll buy the model kits, they'll buy paints maybe. I mean, it's thanks to like Gundam Mad being present at conventions that I first heard of them. Then the lower part of the thigh is just number 17 by itself. Move my microphone further away so I don't lean into it. The thing is, I always forget. I always put the microphone where I would be if I'm sitting back in my chair. And I realize, wait, I'm leaning forward because I'm modeling. And I lean too close to it. And I go, no, push it back. That looks fairly smooth. Now, that is seam line on the other side. I'm not sure. Not seam line, mold line. It is a very faint one. I'm thinking about I thought of a very obvious flaw with the whole, if you were to rent out spray booths or model makers, right? You know someone's going to break it. You just know someone's going to break it. Not on purpose, just from stupidity. I mean, my airbrush, I've broken the nozzle before because I tightened it too tight. I was putting it back on and went one twist too much with my little spanner, and it snapped it because it's so small. That was a fun thing to get out of there. I suppose maybe don't have them clean the brushes. Maybe you clean them and then... Yeah, maybe that's probably the better thing to do. The brushes are all set up and ready to go. You need to put your paint in it. And cleaning, we have to do afterwards. And reset it. That looks alright, I think. Here's the upper leg. So I do need to get a little bit of grey on there and there, little tiny bits. Now it has stickers for that, but I'm going to use the Gundam marker, use the same silver I did for the collar. I might as well do both legs at the same time. So I'll build both legs, then do that. Because I know from watching the anime series, like some of these little parts here, the raised bits on the suit, would also be great. Actually, had me thinking, like, you definitely could build it with just the suit without the dress. It'd be kind of cool to maybe doing that, have the other face with a closed mouth, and then use the water slides as the closed eyes. And you can recreate the very first scene when she's sleeping and powered down. Right. Lower leg, knee. Right, lower leg is number 10. I mean, as for the knee, that is 6 and 8. That was not a great cut. Nor was that. Everything, all 3 cuts on that leg just left a dress mark. There's a wee sticker that goes on the bottom of the ankle. One of the yellow stripes? It is one of the yellow stripes. But it's a slightly more, unlike the other yellow orange stripes, which were recessed. This one's not recessed, it's raised. Which means it won't go on as well.
Lurking? No worries. Right, what's new in the world of model making? And that's the calf. Now for the knee. That's up, this is down. One knee. Now for a foot. And I'll get the wee sticker for the ankle afterwards when I'm doing the silver on the little interface ports, I guess I call them. Right. Need to get number 3 off of this one. Pull the shoe. And then number 14 on this. And number 1 and 2 for the ankle. Sure, quite small. Now the actual bottom of the shoe, which is quite thin. There's a temptation, though, to paint this grey, the silver. The heel's an awkward shape to hold in file. One boot. Hey, Zest. How's it going? Right, now this ankle, which is quite small. Fiddly. Silver bayonet. Ooh, nice. down on that. So okay, it's the reverse of the knee. That's one leg built. Realizing that she'll have no ankle tilt in that direction. Unless, of course, I guess you rotate the knee first. I have to rotate the ball joint in both directions. It needs a wee sticker there and a couple of little silver bits on the little X roll and interface ports. I'll do those at the same time as the other leg. That way I don't have to keep grabbing the Gundam marker. The little silver bits. Alright, now, second limb syndrome. Always a plus side of doing the second limb, though. I don't really have to read the number, because I know the number. Or rather, I know the one it's missing. Hydrate and posture check. Posture is always an issue when building. Ugh. You gotta go? No worries, Mecha. You have a nice evening. See you later. All parts with upper leg than that.
Hello there.
Hello there. Ah, General Aries. How's it going, Finn? Doing good. Finally working on Noir again. And already have one leg built. But it does need one of those little yellowish orange stickers just at the ankle. And then instead of the gray little dots. I'm gonna, which should be like there and there. I'm gonna do the Gundam marker again. Get it with the collar. Animate my AI assistant. Wouldn't that be great? AI assistants. I feel like the only part of AI. It's like AI, there to assist you. That's it. It's not there to do the job for you. It's there to help you. But too many people are like, if I tell this machine to make me a picture, it makes me a picture. Yeah, but you didn't do it. Yeah, computer Star Trek. Yeah. It's like, hey, computer, cross-reference this information. AI for data analysis? That's, yeah, perfect. AI in the art sphere? Get out of here. There's no place among art. I think of like AI assistant things. I feel like Cortana for Windows probably would have been more well received had it actually been like a Cortana from Halo. Like had it been, instead of like, Clippy, it was literally Cortana. Or everyone loved that. Hey, your AI sits on your computer and has an anime girl interface. Hmm. AI is a tool. Unfortunately, people are misusing those tools. Close up the hip with that ball joint in there. And get the lower part of the thigh. Would you say Figure-rise is easier than comparable to more difficult than Gun Plus a high grade? I would kind of compare them to high grades. In some ways, they're simpler because there's obviously not that much mechanical detail. But in other ways, they're more difficult. They're more towards real grades because like how small some parts can be, like for like the ankle and wrist joints. Which is probably why their prices are kind of in between a high grade and a real grade. That, of course, to do with like, you always get at least one printed face, and the rest is water slides. You could definitely compare them to like a modern high grade in terms of like complexity. So I suppose the hair on the head alone tends to be a lot of parts. It's like some parts are like the arms and legs are simpler than a Gunpla, I'd say. They're just delicate with how like obviously slim it is. But in something like the head's more complex than a Gunpla, I'd say. Because obviously you've got all those layers to make the hair. I would think Figure-rises are definitely worth trying out. Or even a 30-minute sister, because they have similar-ish construction. Well, I do wish there'd be more characters from Gundam as Figure-rises. And I've definitely said it before. Give us the dudes as well. Yeah. Char and Garma. I mean, Char just by himself would probably sell very well. Just by being Char. while Western anime fans may not necessarily accept it, Char is one of the most influential anime characters of anime in general. Oh, your antagonist is wearing a mask. Char reference. He really kind of created the archetype of like, he's not necessarily the villain, but he's the antagonist. He works for the villains. He's more complex than just, he's the bad guy. Tiny gap there. I guess what Gundam did pretty well is like showing that there was good and bad people on both sides of the conflict. Well, at the end of the day, Zeon had to be the bad guys. But he gave his characters like Rambo Rawl that, you know, was a good lad. Meanwhile, the Air Federation had other people who were also scummy. Huh? Oh, his accent isn't Doric? What does that mean? Also, hi Leon, welcome on in. Referring to my accent? And how it's very weak. Oh, there we go. Now, lower leg and the knee. Scottish dreamer, little side your accent is Doric. I don't think I've heard the term Doric before. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the term Doric. I know my accent's on the weaker side and not very stereotypical. Mid-northern northeast Scots. Oh, is that what Doric means? Further north. Okay. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm central belt western. But even then, like, I hear other people around me and they sound way different. Doric equals Aberdeen. Ah, right. I understand. Not from that far north. I am in the wonderful central belt. Yeah, the further north you get, the thicker the accent becomes. I think when, like, around the world, when people think Scottish accent, they really are thinking of that part. Because, like, I know, like, let's think of famous Scottish characters in media. Scotty in Star Trek. Pretty sure James Doohan had based it off an Aberdeen accent. It was so funny to me, though, as a kid growing up and then learning that Scotty was not played by a Scotsman but was Canadian. We're like, huh? He was so good at it. He was an honorary Scot. What do you mean Santa's not real? What do you mean? Spoilers. You love listening to the Aberdeen accent, even if you can't understand it, soothing to hear. Aye, fair enough. We need more Scottish representation in media. With actual Scottish actors. That's actually something that's nice is... Because, like, when it comes to Scotty as a character, so we've had James Doohan, Canadian. Simon Pegg, English. Closer. And then finally... Oh, what's his name? The new... A Strange New Worlds Scotty. Quinn something. Something Quinn. He's actually Scottish. We finally have a Scotsman playing Scotty. So funnily enough, whereas Scotty traditionally is meant to be from Aberdeen, the new Scotty's from Paisley. Tennant is Scottish, yes. Tennant is Scottish. Though he's often not doing a Scottish accent. It's only when you hear him talking in interviews and stuff that you hear his normal voice. Because when he's doing the Doctor, you know, he's obviously doing a more English British accent. I mean, there was one episode where he was more Scottish. That one when they went to Scotland and he starts, you know, just started talking normally for a bit. Victorian Scotland. I mean, you've got Peter Capaldi as a Doctor. He's Scottish and actually did do a Scottish accent because, you know, why would you hide it? His attack eyebrows. Or like other examples of like Scottish actors who predominantly play non-Scottish characters. Ewan McGregor. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Again, Scottish actor, but then of course as Obi-Wan Kenobi he has to try and mimic Sir Alec Guinness a little bit. His English accent's more English than yours. There's a role where he was allowed to do a Scottish accent, though that role being... Oh yeah, Scrooge McDuck. There's like this thing like other Scottish actors like Ewan McGregor again. Can you think of a Scottish character that Ewan McGregor's played? And I can only think of Trainspotting. every other time he's doing an English voice or an American voice. Same for like James McAvoy. Again, mostly doing English and American voices. Except I suppose Last King of Scotland. It's probably the only time I can think of James McAvoy being Scottish. Even though that's set in Africa. Or your violin teacher was Scottish. Ah. So when he was criticizing you, it probably sounded like he was attacking you. Back over the head of the boat. Yeah, that sounds Scottish. Just friendly aggression. I'm thinking of a Scottish actor who never hid his accent, even when he was playing non-Scottish roles. Sean Connery. He was in Highlander, but he was just playing a Spaniard. It was like Sean Connery character in the Highlander movie was a Spanish character. But he's Sean Connery just can't hide his accent. Jared Butler, yeah, he's from Paisley. Again, also almost always plays an American character. Or Leonidas in 300. Which Greek in that case. Actually, the only time I can think of Jared Butler playing a Scottish character really was it one? I think a film that came out like last year or something. The Gods of Egypt as well? I don't remember that one. I haven't watched it. I think there was a film called Plane. Yeah, very dull name. Where he was an airline pilot, former RAF. One of these typical action films where like, oh, I'm gonna kick some ass. But it's the only time he actually had his proper Scottish accent because he was actually finally playing himself, really. He's like, oh, he was the airline pilot, but he's ex-RAF, that's why I can kick so much arse. Yeah, like, masking one's accent can be difficult to do. Even the same for some, like, you know, English actors as well. Like, Christian Bale, for example. English, is he not? And he plays so many American characters, so when he actually talks normally, like, what? Or Henry Cavill as well. Yeah, we had the same brain cell. Hey, at least when he does his Warhammer thing, he can just be full-on normal Englishman. He's full British. Because everyone in Warhammer and the Imperium of Man has a British accent of some sort. Be it English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish. Because also Warhammer being a British franchise, everyone in the Imperium speaks, you know, from an accent from the British Isles. Somewhere. And the orcs just sound like they stumbled out of a pub in England. You speak Finnish ones exactly. Oi. You oomies. Hey, 16, how's it going? Oh, there's a list of actors. Kelly MacDonald, Billy Connolly, Craig Ferguson, Kevin McKidd, and Robbie Coltrane. 5 Scottish actors who did the roles that were Scottish. There we go, that's a good example. They're not like, you know, A-list stars. Was Billy Connolly in The Last Samurai? I don't think I've ever watched it. I suppose the Scottish actors that kind of... Oh, yeah, Brave. I don't know. But like Disney's Brave, that's like one of the few times where like, here's an entire Scottish cast. It's like, finally. Oh, that's unfortunate. I kind of, when it slipped in my hand, it kind of scored across there. Oopsie. I can fix it. Or thinking of, they ever make a live action Brave that you just hire a Scottish casting director to pick the talent of American casting directors? Yep. Hey, Gravy. Get Gravy. Zero. Yeah, Gravy. Obviously, my brain was going between say Zero and Gravy. How's it going, Gravy? Killed? Hold? Buildstream. Buildstream is in Buildstream? Like this actor is from this country. Cool. I'm gonna pick this person, but they're not from that country. Close enough. Or the classic, like Scott, possibly one of the most beloved Scottish movies, Braveheart, where the main character is played by Mel Gibson, who is not Scottish. He's Australian, isn't he? Or is he American? I don't think anyone wants to claim Mel Gibson nowadays. For various reasons. Which we will not get into. He's great as Mad Max. Ironically, you know who's probably a better Mad Max? Tom Hardy, English. Finally, the Englishman takes the Australian's role rather than the Australian taking the Englishman's role. Speaking of Tom Hardy, though, he's one of those actors that's had such a wide career over the years. You look at Tom Hardy now, you're like, Tom Hardy. A little bit of a bruiser. Can be comical. You think, you think. But then you look back, Shinzon and Star Trek Nemesis, was I was just going to get to there. It's hard to believe that Shinzon in Star Trek Nemesis is Tom Hardy when you think of Tom Hardy nowadays. Twink death is real. This is common if I get casting an actor for skill instead of exact background, but when it's meant to be a big part of the character and the surrounding culture, yeah. Ideally, you want someone who's skilled for the role, but you also want to get someone that suits the character ethnically as well, because they can bring that extra part to the role because they've lived the experience. If an American didn't struggle so much to get sorry again. If an American didn't struggle so much to get the Scottish accent down, Marita would have been played by Reese Witherspoon. Probably. I mean, if you want an American that can do a Scottish accent, just grab the guy who plays Groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons, which of course is the same actor that plays Homer. Or, what was his name? Forget. Like, Max is Australian, but that hardly comes up. On the other hand, Mr. Braveheart's background is very important. Exactly, yeah. If you want an American who can do an English accent, then check out Emma Stone. Honestly, I for a long time thought Emma Stone was English. No, that's fair. Hey, I mean, Andrew Garfield's English. They just thought, hey, they just hired 2 English people to play American teenagers in Spider-Man. I mean, Tom Holland's also English. And again, playing an American teenager. Also, Gillian Anderson, choosing by having dual nationality, being able to switch between American and English accents is nuts. Yeah, Gillian Anderson is very good. Because everyone thinks of her as Scully in X-Men, right? Or most iconic role. Make no attempt to look or sound the part. You really mean like Sean Connery? You can't hide you couldn't hide the accent. That's why having a Spanish guy called Ramirez in the Highlander movie, so some reason still sounds Scottish. Also, why was he not cast as a Scottish character? Bizarre. And will never not be funny. I'd rather walk Scotland looking for an actor to portray a character I made if their story was ever turned into a cinematic thing than hire a casting director to choose for me. I feel like a casting director and a director would need to work together closely. Like a good casting director, was worth their weight in gold. A slight misfortune, there's this tiny scratch on the shin. So when I was holding it with this, it slipped in my hand and I was like, it went right across the blade. Like that. So it's a slight scratch. Not terrible. Even if they do a poor job, even if they do a poor job at it, James Gunn and his casting director flopped recently on a casting choice that has me upset. Character fans greatly, my Canadian self included. Oh, what did James Gunn do recently? I'm assuming it to do with Superman. Who did he cast incorrectly? Booster Gold? Okay, not familiar with Booster Gold. Was that Creature Commandos? I haven't really been paying attention to DC at all. I mean, you can't really see the scratch on the camera, but I can see it with my eyes. So the further I hold it away, the less visible it becomes, so it's fine. Real Scotsman for this character. Right, off to Aberdeen we go. I mean, it's a very teeny tiny scratch. So it'll be fine. I did the best I could to hide it, so without taking away too much material. Haven kits are poorly cast, molded like TGE kits. Seem to get is like a curse. TGE, what's that short for? Why something super obvious? Oh, you meant to see the... Got it. All the kits I've seen to get is like curse. Got it. If it's not an acronym, it was just misspelling. Lol. It's very hit and miss. Bandai kits tend to have a fairly good quality control. But occasionally you'll get like mold flash here and there. Or a mold line that's just a bit too thick. Like when we did the Impulse not so long ago. The mold line on the thighs were like really solid. It was chunky mold lines indeed. The amount of filing I did in that, technically it's lost the definition of the chamfer. But it's still, you know, it's still fine. It's fine. Some likes hitting G for when I type fast. My last book when I wrote non-stop before editing had to simplify on TGE. I feel like sometimes I do the TEH where just like the brain types so fast and puts the E and H the wrong way around. Which I think is quite common because people go te a lot. I think it's a millennial thing. Oh yeah, find replace. So handy. Thinking of like how when you asked earlier about the complexity of this like versus the high grade. Think about this. I've been streaming for less than 2 hours. I'm nearly finished both legs. Whereas I might be 2 hours in one leg normally. Half the time. I think if any source material gets turned into any kind of video media, you need to have the original creator have some input somewhere. Casting's definitely one of it. If I pretend casting input, fair. It's like, I will not sell you the rights to my book until you agree that I can cast. I think that's the thing with like media in general. Whenever people make a role, they often have an actor in mind. How they because that's how you visualize it, right? You think this character is kind of like this person, and then end up casting that person, and it's like perfect. build characters and actors. Yeah, I think it's quite common practice. You make the role with the actor in mind. And then it turns out, the actor's way too expensive. The King of the Central Kingdom in my book is based on Gabriel Igla? Wait, isn't that a comedian? Gabriel Igles? Yeah, he's the big Mexican guy. Right? I love seeing these like bunch of little shorts pop up occasionally on Twitter, YouTube, and I'm like, he's delightful. Funny how well a comedian can actually transition to to acting. Billy Connolly, great example. Patton Oswalt, yeah. He's good as well. I think it's the same how like some wrestlers can also transition to acting very well. What are those hands for? There's these holding hands which are different. I didn't see them on the thing anywhere. You get the open hands and the closed hands, but these holding ones are different. What was there for? Robin Williams, yes. Desert Rumble and Dirt Road Patton. Was there a desert? Roman's like, rest in peace. Indeed. An absolute legend. That's all the grey bits.
One Hollywood actor who improved and could never stick to script giving us the best moments in all his movies, like the French waiter scene or a scene in Good Will Hunting where he was so funny the cameraman couldn't keep composure and shoot the camera. I feel like the only comical actor that comes close to Robin Williams is possibly Jim Carrey. And I'm absolutely loving Jim Carrey as Robotnik in the Sonic films so much. He's such a perfect casting. And having him play 2 Robotniks in Sonic 3 was great. Genius. The resemblance is uncanny. As if we're in a movie being played by the same actor. Turn to camera. Imagine if we'd ever got Robin Williams and Jim Carrey in the same movie. I feel like the world would have exploded. Rumble in dog form. What, you don't like Rommel and Gundam Build Divers? He's so adorable. It was definitely a good thing that we never got to see real world Rommel at the end of the show, because when they were all met up, because that would have been awkward considering they were petting the otter's belly. I think Rommel's like a really funny comic relief character, though. Hey, man, I discovered you like my video game. I mean, I feel like the champ also, everyone that was threatening to terminate Sarah would the same idea there.
Reporting for duty.
Hey, Leon, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated.
There's a heel. Now for the foot.
Yeah, because like, give it a. It's like Rommel wanting to terminate Sarah being an AI if I destroyed the game. But that same AI gave you belly rubs. Be grateful. Most people did go with it, but leaders have massive influence on people, so I did not go on it. A lot of others hadn't either. Just a narrative issue, GBD, and yeah. They're like, hey, if we can't think of another solution, we're gonna have to off this AI girl.
a shoe. Alright, these little bits here. The tiny ankle parts. Ooh. Tries to both have the game be something that's not important enough that nobody would try to put it back up yet. So important that it would never go down in a few years like most games, and also is the most important way for people with disabilities to feel that they're walking yet not be a thing that's supported by government, but also worldly available. It's like the case of all these. No, it just has one for each leg. I think it's a case of like any like MMO focused story. Someone's like, this is the greatest thing in the world. We must protect it. Scratch belt or loafers. I could very easily like use 30-minute sister stuff. As long as you get the one's correct skin tone, you just swap at the head. That's really good thing about the Figure-rises now. Is they use the exact same tech as this Dermot Sisters, so they're very compatible. That's down, that's up. So the other leg done.
Now I want to get those little bits of detail that's missing. Oh, actually, this probably. Easier to hold. And get that silver one I use for the collar. Oh, that knee is very secure now, huh? I can do it this way, it's fine. Fine. A little bit of silver is just nice, instead of using the stickers. Oh, that one blobbed a wee bit. Clean that up. It's fine, I can fix that. Onto that hip for this. once that dries in there a little bit, I should pop out the detail a bit. Oh. What's funny, Finn? What'd I do? Oh, scratch belt loafers? Okay. I don't want to bother with this part on the stomach because the dress is going to cover it. Bunny slippers. Now that's something that 30-Minute Sisters should probably make for their line. That would be popular, I think. It's like, shiny, you're not going to see this from the dress. Now, where should we toothpicks? Cocktail sticks. So I can get some of that little bit of excess off of there. True. The Magus deserves comfy footwear. Have you seen the garage in Echoes of Ada? You wouldn't want to walk around there in slippers. That floor still looks terrible in my garage. Even at level 2. So never underestimate comfort. I mean, Grand Moff Tarkin was commanding the Death Star in loafers. That's why the camera never saw him, below the knee. Although there's an actual fact about Peter Cushing, because the boots were terribly uncomfortable. So you never see him below the knee because he's not actually wearing the boots. see where this. Eh? Did you modify the emote to give it shades? There's a couple of stickers that need to go on those ankles. $24 and $26. Okay. So unlike the other yellow sticker parts, this is on a raised surface, not a recessed one. This will be a problem. Want to build, but you're tired? Yeah, fair. I mean, I originally had this on the schedule for yesterday, but I was just like, I just could not be fricked setting this all up. So that's what we did, Synduality instead. Where today I was feeling more like, let's go. Let's build. Like when I'm able to get a secondary desk set up, like besides this or L shape, then it'd be easy enough to just go rotate and then build setups there and not have to move it constantly. Hey, Red, how's it going? I wonder how well that sticker is going to stay there on the ankle. Which is the word extraction shooter. Like, nope. Yeah, I was originally like, when I first heard of the game, I was like, what the heck's an extraction shooter? Because I'd never played one before. So I played the network test, and I was like, you know what? Okay. And like, I've never played that type of game before, but I'm enjoying it. This is different and new to me. I mean, I've only been killed by another player once, so I count myself lucky. Though I had a close call yesterday where I was going towards a point, and then the same person who had killed me in the previous stream came across my path. I was just like hiding behind something, like, it's the same guy. Just added to the storytelling. But perfectly understandable why not everyone likes that type of game. It is very different. I'm very super hesitant to even use like higher tier stuff, because like, what if you lose that? What's the point? Mecha plus enemy Tarkov. Yeah. I never played Tarkov. I only knew about Tarkov by name. Didn't really know much about it. Other than it's meant to be a hardcore game. I think most people thought it was originally, for if you go from the trailers that came out years ago, which is the footage that's actually in the Collapse Investigation solo modes. But it's like, I think it's one of those games that must have changed during development at some point. Like, if it was online cooperative even as well. I think it's the player versus player part that puts people off. Because the fact that you could get killed by someone, or even get killed by an NPC, and then you've lost your shit. We have to wait and see how it does. I still like it. I'll see how it is in like the long term. Arc Knights Enfield. I'm not familiar. I've heard of Arc Knights. What's Arc Knights Enfield? Oh, the Dark Zone Division 1. Yeah, I didn't play that too much. My experience with like Synduality though has been mostly positive. Like, I've only had one hostile player I've encountered. I guess it really just depends on what platform and what time of day you play. So I'm fortunate and somehow managed to avoid. It's the open world Arc Knights game that takes place like 500 years later from the base game. Okay, I've not played Arc Knights. I just kind of I've heard of it. So if you can explain to what Arknights actually is. I know it's an anime game. I'm not sure. Is it gacha? Is it one of the gacha games? Because at first glance, it appears to be that. Yeah, Ben, that's kind of like the thing. It is that kind of game where it's like so many things about it is appealing, but that whole lose your ship permanently. I feel like maybe if it had been like, oh, you got killed by another player, instead of them being able to loot literally your corpse, well, they could loot the stuff you picked up, but instead of them being able to take the parts of your cradle, maybe it should be you don't lose it completely, but it gets critically damaged and you have to then repair it rather than completely build it from scratch again. Like it's not as simple as doing repairs normally, but it's not as like full on rebuild it from scratch. If there's like somewhere in between where you'd have to put in the effort to repair it, but it's like maybe half of the effort you did to build it originally. Kind of find a middle ground. It's Arknights and a base building factory parts of it, and boys are going to eat your time. Arknights is a modern tower defense game revolving around various conflicting factions. Ooh, I might have to check this out. I actually got those parts so perfect, I don't have to clean it up. Love it when I do that. Go panel line it though. Sneak into fantasy uranium called Orignium, which acts like any radioactive material. The people you get to play as all have said disease. Ooh. So they will increase their exposure to save non-combatants. Interesting. I'll need to look into it when it comes out. Is it a paid game or like online free to play or something? Originum gives up rare special powers like magic and whatnot. Free to play gacha game. Got it. I knew it was a gacha. See, gacha games are one of those things where like I kinda want to play them, at the same time I don't. Like Honkai Star Rail, I'm like, oh, I kind of like the vibe of that. But at the same time, I'm like, gacha. I don't want to spend no money. For the chance of something, you know? Dragon Honkai crippling. Oh dear. There's so many like gacha games like that where like they have really cool settings and amazing designs and stuff, and it's like, just let me buy the character outright. Of course, they make less money that way. But I do hear some of these things do have like, eventually there's like a guaranteed drop, so if you do it so many times, then you're guaranteed it. So there's a maximum ceiling of you spending. Which in that case, I'm like, okay, I see how that can work. Can balance it out a little bit. Like someone can get lucky and get in the first pool, and then someone has to wait till it's the guaranteed pool. It's like, but they already dropped like $40 or something. Whole playlist is exclusively gacha music. They're very well made games. It's just a gacha, but it's a lot of people off. Oh god. Character 5 stars, Terra. Story is good, but moves very slow. Voice is kind of slow. Yeah, HD. Paragraph TLDR couldn't keep up the commitment. Yep, that sounds about right. I feel like it's the case of any online game. I feel like in my spare time, I've been playing a bit more of the Old Republic again. And like I've been playing that game on and off for years. And it's just like, I've still not got any character to the DLC stuff. It's one of those games, you know. MMOs are any long-running games as a service thing. Where I like them, but at the same time I'm just like, ugh. It'll hold me for a few months and eventually I'll stop. There's a game back in... There's a game back in the game that was like, you would save up the currency and just buy characters, but it's US. Years ago, out into service. Got it. There's a glaring issue again in gacha game from Hoyoverse is that everything is over-explained. Over-explained? Oh, like, as in like exposition and stuff? Isn't that like, I've never seen an article recently, like streaming services like Netflix have a whole thing where characters must be explaining what they're doing because some viewers might not be paying attention, might be multitasking. At which point, just listen to an audiobook. Pointless tangent, take hours, damn. I have a feeling these stickers on the ankles I may end up having to redo. I don't know how secure they are. Yeah, you could explain it and then say, hey, like, I think lots of games, like something like the Elder Scrolls games, where you've got all those books of lore you could read if you wanted to. But if you don't, just get on my gameplay. I think the lore should be there if you want to read it. Alright, that's them paneled. Now let's clean up the torso, which again is going to be hidden by the dress. So I don't know why I'd bother doing so much detail. But I thought it'd be fun. So I did it. And then another character happens to be passing by, and you have a 20-minute conversation about them having about nothing before you go. Anyways, as we're saying, Isn't that just like real life though? Where like you bump into someone and then you start a 30-minute conversation, and then you go, "Oh, what was it doing? Oh yeah, saving the world." Mm-hmm. Or when you're a little kid and your mother stops to talk to her neighbor, and then you're like, Big lore bombs over-explain things. There's a character telling you that she's dying slowly and has to live in a mech suit to exist, but since we are in a dream world, she can live here as a person, and not the mech she's entombed in. Oh, yeah. Totally normal conversation. Zooms in for a second. Those little silver parts on the torso. I'm not sure how well the detail on them. See, I just blobbed the silver on there, but it dries into the grooves really well. And it's going to be hidden by the dress. She and the player have history because you used to be a member of our team before getting amnesia. Oh, convenient. It's like, I know you. Well, I don't know you. Really pushing the wife card. This is your canonical lover. You're not allowed to choose from any of the waifus. The scene. Little locked away memories and see her in part. She's slightly more melancholic, depressed. And let me see what you are. You purposely make it seem that she doesn't know you the next time you meet her. Build a relationship all over again. Sounds like interesting writing, though. Like an interesting stories there. There we go. Put some panel lines on it. And this will then be covered with a dress. His reasons. I turn the page, though it's obvious what's happening next. Or it should be. Right, where am I going next? There we go. Legs, body, torso. Anyways, as your secretary through events prior to the game release, you became sentient. She admits that she loves the player. Wow. They know their player base. They know what they're doing. Oh, the only people not affected by interesting. So the AI and the player are the only ones not affected by passive time. Interesting. Is that the action based thingy? They just plug into her spine. Right. Dress. Parts. That runner's all done. Ultimately, you will have to face the fact that everyone you know will die and damn. Damn.
clean up time of the dress. Yeah, all that detail I just put there. It's gonna get hidden. But why? Because I'm a madman. I mean, I fully panel lined the new Gundam, the real grade new Gundam's frame, so you know. The AI even has a special zone where you can hear, where you can hang out between world scale events going on. Type of safe harbor of sorts, and the AI is your shorekeeper. Interesting. Polished that back too far. That's really shiny at one point. It's not a shiny dress, it's a normal dress. So 1200 grits actually kind of the perfect amount. At most 1000 or 2000 rather. And the frill of the dress. But realizing with the dress, that her mobility is going to be kind of limited. Because it does not bend. And this should just click on in. Like so. Yeah, why it's easier to hold it this way. Paneling it. Give the ruffles in that some definition. Along with a zip. And a zipper. Feels more three-dimensional now, right? Goes from one chunk of solid white. Find all the little grooves, get some little just finding the parts where like it dips and just get a little bit of panel liner in there. Hand cramp. There's less folds towards the back. Thanks. Panel liner. Cotton bud. That's all you need. There's less creases towards the back, so I won't bother with that. But all those frills? Where a wash would come in handy, I think. I'm not really going to see the inside angle that much, but I'll do it anyway. Like skirting armor that's actually a skirt. So then just slides on to this. A couple wee notches it kind of notch on. And now we have Noir. Will no doubt struggle to stand because she has no ankle tilt other than forwards and backwards. Maybe a slight bend in the knee will help.
Noir. There's still the jacket to go as well. But let's get a nice little look at Noir. See if the focus will help. Or not, I hinder. No, the focus is hindering. I'm quite proud of the shading I did on the dress. It feels like fabric is actually rippled. Maybe a little heavy in some areas, but I find that the next step says the action base before the jacket, because they know she'll fall over. It also says this part like as an optional thing you can plug into her back, so you can like put pegs in different locations. So you can either put it directly in the back of it or like left and right, depending on the angle you want, which is kind of cool. So it's like an extra clear, yeah, it's like clear plastic. Where is it? Oh, there's the jacket parts. But yeah, so it's a little clear piece that you can plug into her back. If you still wanted to. Actually, so not to cut this with ABS. I should probably do this instead. When it comes to clear action bases, I'm not that fussed about how cleanly it's cut because it's clear, so you can't really see. With all that white line away, so it's fine. Because filing clear stuff tends to make it really cloudy and you have to go through all the grit. So I'd rather have a tiny nub mark. Because it's only an action base. Clear part on a model, definitely want to polish it all the way back. But on a display stand, nah, it doesn't matter. Cut it as flush as you can, and then that's good enough. That's that way, that's this way. I like how it's like very simple construction because it's just like it's a notch on the peg, and then of course when you rotate it, it locks it in place. Nice and simple. There's Noir without the jacket. Camera's terrible. I'm gonna take a wee picture with like this before I get the jacket built. I like the camera's like, I identify a face. Just her ponytail. Now let's get the jacket built as well, shall we? What's that last section? Oh, there it is.
So maybe what the floating pose you might want to have the other attachment behind. Okay, maybe I should build that as well. Quickly. Almost like a Gundam backpack, but like clear. Clear runner done. So it has plug points there, there, and there, which are the ball joint ones, and then even here and here as well. Kind of crazy. Right, jacket time then, I guess. I can kind of do like this pose here. Try to build the jacket first and then decide what I'm doing for posing. Right, jackets. It says remove the arms. The lower arms, that makes sense. Actually, I should probably detach her from the base. Actually, I should probably build the part. Oh, that's what those other art hands are for. I see. They go inside the gloves. What says is holding hands, or the ones that... Oh, the fists. Wait, can you use open hands with this? Nope. Well, let's start building it anyway. And then we'll work out what we're doing. Or I have to take you off of this. And then I have to remove your hands, your arms.
Be gentle with it. Don't want to break anything. Remember, she's an android. Number 9 and 10. Number 9 being this side. Being that side. Essentially just creating the arm to the bend. Oh yeah, because basically it's replacing the lower arms with sleeves. Effectively, I think. Yeah. That becomes the elbow joint. Make sure I get this the correct orientation on it. Which is quite smart, is they put little holes in the ball joint. 2 holes is front, 1 hole's back. So that's nice and smart. So I feel like I should panel line this arm piece before I attach it. Even though it's the gray, you're not going to see it much, but hey, whatever. Some extra shadowing in there.
one sleeve. Hmm. There we go. Poppy sleeves. All right, and now the bulk of the jacket, because it has to slide over the arms. And the bottom part of the sleeves, where the hands are. It's really such a unique thing to build. Because normally we're building solid objects. Not a more organic shape. All right, we need big parts, 17, 18. Also need a... There's a little tiny piece, number 19, that plugs them together. Looks like a belt loop, actually. I guess what makes Figure-rises interesting to build anyway, because it gives you something different to build from just building robots all the time. Even though she's an android, so I guess by extension she's technically a robot. But giant robots. Should definitely try one. So I built Diletta and Miorini for G-Witch ages ago. They're the first two I built. This is my third Figure-rise. Currently, the only male Figure-rise characters that exists, none of them are Gundam. You've got Dragon Ball characters, you've got Kamen Rider, and I think there's some other entry grade Figure-rises, which are like statues of like Naruto and other Shonen characters. There's also Digimon. There are Digimon Figure-rises. Yeah, literally go like Gundam Mad and look at the Figure-rise section. Boom, 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 boom. Glad the nubs are in like fairly flat locations, because it makes it very easy to file them. Like having it on the part where another piece clips onto, having it the zipper opening, and then having it the belt at the back here. It's nice and flat areas. Always hate it when a gate's been on a curve, and it's like, when why of all places? I mean, it's a curved object, you can't help it. Or when it's like on a piece of raised detail, which is very shallow. The thing about not being up here in these parts is because another part clips on top of it, so I can just file it flat. Doesn't matter if it's perfect. Oh yeah, I forgot about the busts. Yeah, those figure-rise busts of like, I know there's one like Kira and Athra and stuff. They're, or Mikazuki. I think was there one Mikazuki? I can't remember. But I forgot about the figure-rise busts. Their faces, they were definitely came out at the time when Bandai was still trying to dial in the faces. I think it was just the seed ones. I think it was just like Kira and that. But numbers your faces. Hey Waffle. Been lurking but now going for lunch. Oh, and seen another apartment. Well, good luck with the apartment viewing. And have a great day, Waffle. That knob's a little more precarious positioned. I think you can see it where my nail is. It's like there's a groove and then the nub's there. It's like have a great day, or else it means have a great day. Just run the toothpick down the kind of edge, kind of make sure it reappears. Right, luckily there's parts at the back, so should be mostly invisible. Now, which side's which? I also need the little clip piece, which is definitely the belt loop that goes in the back, which seems to lock it in place. Or, no, I shouldn't lock it in place. It goes over the, it's going to go over the belt bit, which I just found the nub on. This is so difficult to hold, though. It's tiny. This is the real grade side type parts. The Figure-rise Standard is very much in between a high grade and a real grade in terms of like simple construction, fiddly construction. There's a nub. It's like, where's the other nub in this thing? It's very tiny that was on the peg. All right, make sure I've got the right orientation of this. Yeah. And that's this piece. Going on to there. There we go. But also, there's a little white sticker to go on the back. I think it's like a, because it's like a utility jacket. I think it's got like one of those reflective strips. Number 25, yeah. Yeah, it's like a wee tiny bit on the back. Like a wee, just here. Squish it with the thumb till your thumb hurts because you're pushing too hard. That way you know it's not coming out. Like if it's hurting your thumb from the plastic pushing back into it, you're pushing the sticker down enough. All right, and then I can attach these two together. I like how intricate I like how many pegs are there. It literally almost stitches together. Kind of. Oops. Oh, look at the inside, it literally looks like stitching. Oh, there's no showing camera very well. There you go. Like stitching. Almost. Become one with the sticker, exactly. Alright, I need this top piece to lock it in place. Because right now they're just kind of wedged together, but they're not clicked together. So we need the top piece to lock them in place. Along with a couple of belts. that dangle down. Which include number 16 for that side. Number 20 for the other side, which also gets a sticker on it, I think. Oh wait, is that a sticker going over the buckle? I think it might be. We shall see. Oh, I see what number 11 is. It's like the label on the inside of the... It's a nice detail. Right, so this plugs on the top of this. To create the main structure of the jacket, which is really nice. But you could potentially glue that shut. So if I hold up to my light, it does seep through a bit. But it's alright. regardless. Number 11 sticker practically goes here. That looks bigger than the actual sticker. So it's basically the label inside the collar. It's a neat detail. Weirdly enough, the sticker is bigger than the actual thing though, so it's kind of weird. What if I were to cut the sticker slightly? No, it's the size of the sticker, or like the actual part. The sticker was bigger than the actual details. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to trim that little extra bit off. I'll have to kind of go around the edge with panel liner though to kind of clank it up a bit. Hide where I cut it just a bit. There's a lot of creases on this thing, which is like, oh god, so much detail for me to attempt to panel line. Oh, that is probably hurt. Okay, don't do that part yet. Oh, hydrating. Okay, doke. Posture is within parameters. There's actually a sticker that needs to go on top of it still. Didn't realize. I thought it was this part connecting, but it's not. It's a little bit before it. So where does this black on black? I guess it makes the thing stand out more. For this buckle, it's up here, I guess. As long as the posture variance is above 0.3%, we're all good. So I can see this part here is the sticker comes around the strap here. I'm sure. So like this strap is like slightly different color black, and then of course it comes to like the edge, which is more visible in the camera. That part is molded, so you could technically paint it very easily. But it will do just fine. Because it's a mostly flat surface. Well, that's probably the first time I've actually had to fold something around something actually worked out first try. Because normally you have to fold any sticker over a curved surface at all, it's still going to be shit. But that one works pretty well. Some parts I maybe should panel in before I put on the collar, but yeah. It's kind of awkward to get under there. Not impossible, just a little awkward. I think I got most of the lines. Now for those belt. The flowing parts of the belt. And then it's the sleeves. Not the Xeon ones, but puffy ones. Right. These belts are definitely something that's probably potentially going to fall off at some point. Right here, out of the way, please. And swing the arms back. Have to slide the arms through. Like literally putting on a jacket. Who'd have thought? How far does it go on though? That's the question. I don't think it goes that far. I think it doesn't get locked in place until you put the lower arms on. I'll just lie like that for a minute. Until I get the other arms. Face down, it's fine. Putting on a jacket is like putting on a jacket. It's fiddly. It's the jacket that's hanging down off the elbows. Rather than just make it like a rubber material. Alright, I need 12 and 14 for this side. Where's that beat runner? Get both these hands while I'm at it. And I need the D1 runner for the extra wrist pieces. Oh wait. And then the D2 for the other one, obviously. I was wondering what these Lego looking hands were for. It's the wrist parts for these other hands. Right, and that goes on to this. And same for the other hand. I may as well do both at the same time. Right. The sleeve. Right sleeve. Okie doke. And plot this together. And by hand goes up. Wait. To there. I see why you need to use the kind of opening ones or the fists, because it's right in there. A barely visible hand. Because the jacket's all the way down. Now there's the stickers that go on here. On the sleeve. So number 6 goes 7, 8, so the other side of that. Number 9, that's for the other sleeve. Maybe. 9's the long part around it. Okay. Got it. Right, goes here. And then number 6 goes a wee strip on further up. I have a majority of the stickers from the jacket are all on the sleeves. One sleeve to go. I'll wait till I'm doing both of them before I pal them, because save some time, maybe. On the plus side, there's just 2 parts. So I already did the other hand. Gonna head off. No worries, Finn. Catch you later. I'll be done with this soon. Okay, that should be good enough to put this together. Mostly. Apart from this little bit here, which is refusing to cooperate. Now that those parts are together, it's actually easier to get to. Hey, Arctic. Alice? What Alice? I'm literally almost done. Yeah, the main body's done. I'm swapping out for the jacket. And then Noir will be done. I need a slightly higher grit. Or lower grit, I should say, not higher. A rougher one, what I meant to say. To get this little nub. It's really being frustrating. I've not watched Sentinel, so I didn't really get the reference. Or I watched, not a show, it's a manga, isn't it? The joke flew over my head. They shouldn't, because my reflexes are too fast. I would catch them. Clippers out of the way from it. Plop on the wrist. To make sure there's nothing in the way. And we get little stickers that go around the wrist. And we're done. Well, tiny bit of panel lining. Or shading. It's not really panels, but rather shade. Thankfully that piece covers up that really irritating nub. So nub mark not visible anymore. You're playing an Ellie as well? I think I might actually. Especially now that I'm watching the show. I'd like to get Mystere as well, but she was exclusive to the physical collector's edition of the PS5 version of Synduality Noir, Echoes of Ada, in Japan only. Even though Mystere just color swap with this, but yeah. Oh wait, did I thingy the hand properly? I feel like they'll probably eventually like make it hit by itself, or you just buy another one of these and spray it differently. So there's a color palette swap. Skin becomes dark, hair becomes dark. Everyone else stays the same. Still stays like red eyes. Oh, probably. Or just bind it on Allie's. Or AliExpress, whatever it is. Whatever I'm thinking of. Because you know someone will probably like sell it on because they can, but then of course it'll be expensive and nah. Maybe when there's a second season of the anime, then oh, because of a different face bit as well. I suppose Mystere would be known for having an angry face as well. Or she takes no shit. Probably get what goes in the sales him for Fate Stella. Oh, you mean the Echoes of Noir? Echoes Noir. My brain keeps combining the names. Echoes of Ada. I'll just put a bit of shading on the sleeves. This edition came with a fake extra themed Tamagotchi. Cool. There's so many folds on this jacket, you can just put a little panel in there, wipe it away, extra shading. Of course, there's a couple of actual panels as well. Part of the design. I suppose it's technically the seams of the outfit. That's insane detail. So like there's that little circular piece here. It's very hard to see. But there's also another one on the opposite side of the sleeve, but it's like hidden under a crumple. That's some very good definition in the mold. A bit between the fingers. And that just needs to be attached. I can reattach her to the action base. Just trying to mimic the pose here. And she's floating ever so slightly. Voila. Noir. The jacket is kind of really cool. Her neck does not want to turn right now. Job done. Of course, I'll have to put the spare bits and bobs in my organizing tray. There's our bare arms, and then this extra like adapter piece you can plug in her back, and I can also attach the base then to different locations for different poses, which is kind of cool. But yeah, we'll wrap this up then. But Noir looking good. I need to take some pictures. Yeah, ponytail fell off. I knocked off the ponytail. Go back in there. A very delicate ponytail. The figure-rise kits have come a long way for sure. Especially look at that very first Fumino. It's like, oh dear. It's like they finally know what they're doing. Now, can we get the dudes as well, just for collection purposes? That'd be nice. I mean, they have Dragon Ball kits. Why can't we have, Yeah, Fumina was a figure-rise. Well, I suppose Super Fumina was a high grade technically, I guess. I think, yeah. But even there probably was a high grade build. I suppose the figure rises started more with like the build divers characters, which were already better than the high grades from build fighters. But either way, even comparing it to like, I think the Lacus was probably the last of like the older-ish style. But like from like Soletta onwards, they're pretty much perfect. That makes sense. So the figure rise is where,
Yeah, like the Digimon, Dragon Ball, Kamen Rider things. I actually have the Figure-rise War Greymon. I need to build that at some point. Oh, dear me. All right, need to wrap this up. Go get dinner. And take some photos of Noir. Put up on socials and Discord. As for right now, let's have a quick look. See who's live. Let's see. Who is live? Let's see. Anyone doing model kit stuff? Oh yeah, I'll try Yu-Gi-Oh as well. My knowledge of the Figure-rise stuff is limited. Or at least, like, especially when it comes beyond, like, series I'm that familiar with. You know what? I think I'll just go Red Shin. Oh, we play Ninja Gaiden. Let's see. Get the raid message ready. Yeah, like, I don't care about Dragon Ball, but I know they make that, though. Here's something that's hilarious. So, like, Gundam Mad, that usually does, they're like, oh, Black Friday thing, where they give away free stuff, orders. Over the years, I've misfortune of getting the, where is it? It's on my shelf. Son Goku trial version. 3 times as my extra bonus thing. So I have 3 trial versions of the Figure-rise Son Goku. Which is a Hank static figure. I've never built any of them because I don't really care for Dragon Ball. Yet I have 3 of the same kit. Via dumb luck. Hey, one time I got the gold-plated 00 Diver Ace. So, you know. All my luck was spent on that one. Anyway. Let's go raiding. Also drink water so I can breathe. I will be back. Oh, obviously, no more streams for the rest of the current schedule, but Friday is the start of my new schedule, so yeah, we'll be back Friday and Saturday. I'll put a schedule on Thursday evening. Let's see. Whom shall we raid? Shit. Start raid. Anyway, have an awesome day. Have an awesome week. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing out.